pouring, drip, drip, drip. Huh? Drip, drip, drip. Hi,
Yes.
everyone, and welcome. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the third and second last sprint of the weekend. Listen, my horn is late for this.
I'm here with the fingers for the horn.
Is it low? Can you guys hear it?
Low.
I heard it. It is a bit low, but I heard it.
Oh, no? No, really? Hi, everyone.
Hello.
So, while we wait for Nonhly, we're just gonna let you guys know about the difference in this month's sprint. So this month we decided, in honor of South African Women's Month, we are going to read from a woman of color that we've all either wanted to read from before or we've heard great things about, who is a legend in every right, and that happens to be Mama Toni Morrison. So we are all reading Toni Morrison books as indicated in our little titles, and to add to our love for our community, we let our sponsors give our copies of the books that we are reading to the first people to join our various teams. And as you can see, Team Vuvu is reading Beloved, Team Charity is reading The Bluest Eye, Team Ompi is reading Song of Solomon, and when Nonhly gets here, Team Nonhly is reading Sula. So you can tag along with the read along if you want, or you can read whatever you feel like reading as per the usual. So do let us know what it is that you're reading in the comment section down below. What else? I feel
books
like
that was sent to us.
Yes, let's wait for Nonhly for that. I think that when she gets here, we can do that. I wanted to say the break felt a bit short. I thought I was going to continue reading. I didn't. Obviously, we've come to learn. I feel like we don't quite learn, but we have come to learn with the months that, you know what, really, there is no break that is actually as long as we need it to be. So I don't know. Happy to see you here, Pat. Pat says,
I ran to the shop.
Time.
Hi, Pat.
Hi, Pat. You were at the shops during
your because I'm hungry and I'm just like, ain't no way I'm gonna make something in 30 minutes. So I'm like, I had to go find food.
Find something.
Yeah.
At least that I would have like 10 minutes for reading.
Nah, fam. I thought I was gonna read the whole hour. I read nothing before I knew it. I was like, hi, boo. But I also ended up ordering food because the kids are hungry. So I was like, okay, you know what? Let's get something to eat. It is one of those weekends where you need to go to the shops.
I don't know what's for lunch.
Nah, it's because for me, if I didn't get them something to eat, I would have had to go to the shops, and I'm like, I'm not trying to do that at all.
There's no time for
like 40 minutes.
Nah, and you know when you're not in the mood, and then now you're just dragging your feet, and you have no direction. You don't know what it is that you actually want to get. And I was like, nah. I just asked them what do they want, and I just ordered. I was like, no, I can't.
Yeah,
I can't. I'm not available for this at all. Are the kids home, Ompi?
Yes, they're home.
Oh, they're very quiet this weekend.
Very quiet.
Even in the morning. I
thought we would have seen. They're usually the ones that wake up.
No, they woke up early and they've been downstairs. Now, for the break, we changed. I'm still doing the laundry, and Mo is busy doing his own thing. You know, like he's always on the device. Yeah, so he's on the device in the room next door, and they are downstairs minding their own business. We're having like party packs.
Sorry, my order is here.
Oh, okay. There were two birthdays this week, so they've got like party packs for the second birthday from yesterday.
4 days.
Yeah. Now they're gonna start saying, "Mommy, we're hungry now," because the party pack is finished.
Finished.
And
My
where's
name
our
home
princess,
alone.
Anayao?
She's with her gogo. She's at my mom's house. Um, Sean also just left to go chill with his friends and do like
A
a
catch up.
Premier League soccer watching night. So
Football. Football, baby girl.
it's
Football.
football.
Please.
So it's me and myself today. I take care of me
La Liga.
Oh, that's
with
why you're getting food for yourself.
for myself.
Okay, but
There's
at
no
least it's
need to
Mm.
be here.
so you have silence
Mm,
for a change as well.
yep.
Yeah. Okay, at least okay. I think while we are on the first print up, I might think of getting something because I realized I need vegetables. I want to do a stew tomorrow.
Mm,
After church. While we waiting for the day's event, the main event. But yeah, yeah. I think I'll do a checker 60 delivery. Then yeah, I'll think about what's for dinner because I know that they will have a sandwich now for lunch. We'll see. We'll see. I don't feel like
I'm
cooking. Yeah.
I didn't feel like I should checked myself out of cooking today. I will cook tomorrow morning. I'm
Yeah.
just not today I chill, I read.
Might actually do
I've
it
got
during the load
goals.
shedding. Do you guys
Mm,
also do that? Like, because I have a gas cylinder, like the small one. So whenever it's load shedding, maybe tonight because we'll be reading, I'll probably like do the pot pre cook it so that tomorrow it's easier
yeah.
with the load shedding because we've got 8 until 10. Maybe I'll do like pre cooking. That helps a lot because I go to church
Mm,
in the morning. I want,
yeah. Or even the chopping, if your veggies need chopping, it
yeah,
helps. Normally that's
it
what I
does
do
help.
in between the breaks. If I'm cooking,
Hmm.
then during the breaks I'll go
Mm.
chop some things, boil
Yeah.
something.
Makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. I don't know, Shem. Hold on, I say as maybe she lost track of time, Maybe she took a nap and guys. Palesa's here.
Mm.
Hi, Palesa. She's here.
Hello.
Here's to the second leg of the sprint for the day. Hey. Oh, I hoovered and showered, ready for round 3. Let's go.
Productive.
I squeezed
Hey,
in studying
Palisa.
during the break. Guys, how are you guys
Wow.
doing so much
Wait,
in
one
an
hour.
hour? Like an hour, I
I
couldn't do
know.
anything. I was like, what?
The laundry
By
was
the time
enough.
I realized the hour was
I
up, I
know
had
the
10
laundry.
minutes left.
And that's the first load, by the way. I'm sure Charity's
You
on her third load.
you did laundry. You did
Oh
laundry.
no,
Oh
I
I'm
my
guys,
God,
that
first
is a
load.
done.
failure.
Like, I just
This
hung it up. It's
morning's
been waiting for me the whole morning to go hang up. Only
no,
now the
this
Hi
second
morning's
guys.
load.
so for
Hi
me, what
girl.
I did is I washed last night and then I hung this morning.
Oh,
Oh,
And then
that's
give me
I'm
that
clever.
done with
idea.
laundry. And
That's
then I
very
washed
clever.
also the day before. So I'm done. I'm completely done with laundry in terms of
Yes,
washing.
girl.
It's a matter of
Winning.
folding. Hi, you need to me. I and now I
Winning.
realize wash the day before, hang in the morning the next day. I don't want to start by
Mm,
Winning.
looking for clothes to put in the washing and mm,
That's also true. That
I
mm,
is
need to do
also
that.
true.
Thanks for the tip, friend.
So Palisa says she squeezed in some studying during the break. Well done.
Hey,
Scorpio rising
Scorpio.
is here. Hey girl. I hope you are. I feel like during the sprint, you might, or maybe it might, let me not put any pressure, but I feel like you might finish the book because I realized that even though it's very metaphorical and it has a lot of like thinking, you have to think along with the book. You can't just read it and just have an absent
mm,
mind, right? It still does read quite easily. It's just that I
mm,
think when you get past the unexpected, because when you started, there's a lot of this. I don't want to call it like, I don't know. Would you call the ghosts in this magical realism? I don't think so because for example, since I told you guys about it, it hasn't come up really as much. So it's not.
It
It's not
has gothic
really.
elements, but it's
Yes,
mm.
So but once you get over that, I think that the actual writing is quite smooth. So hopefully,
I think I'm actually more interested in the ghosts. Me,
Yeah. I'm so
personally,
curious about
like the
that.
one,
it's
like
one ghost.
there's
It's the
ghosts.
2-year-old. It's the one ghost. It's the 2-year-old.
Uh, Maybe she's got
Just two
ghost
seconds.
friends. Because I'd be more interested in what is making this 2-year-old hold on to the present that now they are a ghost.
So for me,
Why,
I'm
like, what hasn't they
questioning.
moved along?
My
Mm.
thing is, I really do feel like there's a story behind how they might have died, because I didn't get to update you guys actually about the book at the end of non on P's sprints. I realized that when we ended, I hadn't talked about what had happened in the 30-minute sprint.
Yeah.
So what happened is that we are learning how she almost lost the daughter that she has already when she was expecting her. And it looks to me like the time that she was expecting Denver, who is the daughter that's living with her now, um, the husband had already passed on or was not around. So I don't know who that last born belongs to, the one who's haunting them. If it belongs to the actual
Oh.
husband, I need a bit of context because I'm very sus on this one. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
What if it's that man who came back after 18 years and now he
It's not the man that came back after 18 years, because the man that came back after 18 years, it was such a weird exchange of coitus, because
Mm,
this person says he had basically lusted over this woman, right? For years,
mm,
because in the farm where they used to stay. So what happened is that the farm owner, their surname were the Garners. Né? The Garners
mm,
bought men, Negro men, right, who would work the
mm.
farm, etc. And they would call them Paul. So the owner called all of these men Paul. So there's Paul A, Paul B, Paul D,
So you didn't even,
Paul. I think
they
it's
didn't want
Paul.
to learn their names.
The guy that's here now is, but slaves didn't really have names. They were given whatever name
Yeah.
that they were given.
Mm.
So then he
Paul
gave
D.
them his surname. So the guy that's pitched up after 18 years is Paul D. Garner, right?
Ghana.
So
Mm.
he's talking about how they all lasted over Seth, I think that's her name, because she
Sith.
was
I
the
think I
only
saw.
she was
Is
the
it
only
Sith?
woman.
Mm.
I think they're calling her Seth. I think that's what she says when
Sith. Oh.
yeah. Because she's the only woman in the farm who is part of their like community, let's put it that way,
So
right?
she's the
Mm.
only
and
woman. Everybody, there's no other choice but
and
to
for a
lust over
year
one.
and for a year they all were lusting after her, to the point where they even practiced forms of bestiality with the animals on the farm. And then when she finally made a choice, she chose Haley, who happens
Eh,
to be what's her name? The grandmother's name is Baby somebody. Baby Sag. Baby Sag's daughter. I'm son, right?
Mm.
Eighth child, by
Oh,
the way,
see.
last born, who bought her freedom.
Mm.
So at the farm, she had gotten there to replace Baby Sag, right? So when
Mm.
Baby Sag's freedom got bought, she replaced, and then she ended up marrying the son. So after they've exchanged coitus, his internal dialogue is that he feels that like he was better off lasting over her. He's not like, now it's whatever. Both
There
of them
was,
actually. And
yeah.
okay, really? Like
It wasn't what I expected.
after 20 something
Eh,
years of
the
lasting
excitement
over,
is gone
like,
now.
yeah, no, there's nothing there really. But even afterwards, they started to act like a couple. So I suspect Denver has something up her sleeves, because now Paul D is here to stay. They're acting like they're a couple. They're talking about fixing the house together. He's already started to do handyman stuff. He's asking about the
He's
possibilities
moved
of
in.
getting a job. Yeah, he's basically moved in. He has basically moved in, but also she's let him move in. Right. So there's that as well. But interesting. So it will be interesting to find out how I'm calling the ghost beloved. It will be interesting to find out how beloved died and what Denver. I feel like Denver is gonna do something. Like she seems problematic. I feel like something's gonna
Her
happen.
personality already. She's
Yeah,
gonna get herself
yeah.
pregnant by Paul D. I'm telling you.
Listen, I don't know. I don't trust also. And
And
I
his,
feel like
and his name
she
is
doesn't
Paul
have
D.
much respect. Yeah,
I don't know. I'm
he's
calling him Paul D. Is he
he
Paul
is
D?
Paul
D.
D. He
Oh,
is Paul
because of the
D.
D. Why were you calling
Yeah.
him Paul
No,
D?
I get it. It's ABC.
Because I
It's
explained to you, I
simple.
Mr.
D.
Ghana, when he bought his
ABC.
slaves, all
All
the
the way
slaves were
to
called Paul. And there was Paul A,
Mm,
Paul B, Paul
B.
C. This one is Paul D. And
I made a
Haley,
calculated guess.
the D.
who is the ex-husband or late husband, only he kept his name because his mom was also a slave there. So they knew him and he was named on the, do you get what I'm trying to say? So Haley is
The mom
Haley.
named
But
him.
all the slaves that were bought were called Paul A B C D.
I don't care what your name is.
Something's happening. Hold on, guys.
Basically. Okay. Pale says greeting. Pat says productivity, positivity, productivity, charity. Okay.
Yes.
That rhymed and I'm not sure what's going on, but I
Phone's
like it.
ringing.
Balesa says charity is me when it comes to washing the laundry the night before and hanging it in the morning. It really makes life easy. Okay, guys, I love these tips. I never knew this also. Bookamoso, I see you are commenting. I'm going to do this laundry tip from now on. Oh, you're talking to Palisa. I need all the time I can get to do other things at this rate. That's true. Hey, that is true. And Paul D is also very domineering. Yes, like he got in there, he took charge. Like also for me, it's also how are these women allowing a stranger, right? Because even I feel like I'm not saying her name right, but I'm gonna say Seth for now until I can get it right again. How is she allowing a man she hasn't seen for 18 years to come into a house that belongs to her, so much so that it's haunted by her 2-year-old dead child, and let him get that comfortable? No, Chomi. And when he came, he was just passing through. So what happened to that? What happened to
Why
you
can't she
going
remind
on
him?
your
Hey,
way?
you are on
What
your
happened to
way.
you
Be
going on
on
your
your
way?
way.
Ay,
Why are you settling down now?
no, guys. No, 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 no. Mm-mm. But we shall see how that plays out. But like I'm saying, my eye is on Denver more than anything. But that's that on that. Can you just catch us up on the Song of Solomon for the people who weren't here, maybe, or
So,
chat to us?
so I'm at the part where milkman. I meet. In the beginning there was someone saying guitar. Now I need to go back to that first page, or I think second page. Someone mentioned guitar in the first page. Now I've forgotten. But here at
Okay.
where I am almost 40, page 40,
Mhm.
there is a guitar. There's a guy called Guitar who's going to introduce
Okay.
Milkman to his aunt, because
Okay.
clearly Milkman grew apart from his aunt. So now they're talking about how Guitar has been in his aunt's house, and now um, I'm at the point where I see
Living in Milkman's aunt's house. Guitar is living
Guitar.
in Milkman's aunt's house. Okay.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think he's been inside. I don't know why. So I need to figure out if
Oh,
he
okay.
is somehow related.
Okay.
Um, there's a sentence that I fell in love with uh, during a scene that was describing like a drive that what's this guy's name? Macon. The Macon and his family and the wife that he doesn't like and the kids. do a weekly or Sunday drive into the suburbs, like the white people's suburb, because obviously he's a land he owns property, so he's surveying the property and he's like he does this drive. So they were doing this drive into the suburb, and Milkman asked to go pee, and as he was peeing, his sister, well, they stopped the car and his sister offered to go take him to go pee. And as he was peeing, the sister was picking flowers. And when he heard something behind him, he turned while he was peeing and he peed on her. So the so when they were going back into the car, she was like, "Mommy, he peed on me. He messed on me, right?" But he didn't mean it. I like this. It happened before he was through. She stepped away from him to pick flowers, returned, and at the sound of her footsteps behind him, he turned around before he was through. It was becoming a habit, this concentration on things behind him, almost as though there were no future to be had. I was like, what? Do you hear that? It was becoming a habit, this concentration on things behind him, almost as though there were no future to be had. It really has something to do with the flying. My God, I know it has something to do with the flying and him just always being like he's always so stuck up on not knowing how to fly, and that's behind him. And he's not focusing on what's ahead of him because it's like people, we are so focused on the things that we don't have. That is so deep. Oh my gosh, guys, we're so focused on what I want, what I'm not becoming, what I don't have, what qualifications I don't have, what ability I don't have. But yet you're not here, you're not in the present, right? Oh,
I like that. I like that. But yeah, she's got a lot of quotables because even me, I started tabbing. But then I'm tabbing. Like if I'm not by the book, I miss some of the good lines. I am missing them because if I'm setting up and just listening, I'll miss them.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's got a lot of quotable moments, and even on this one, she does have lines that focus on looking ahead instead of backwards, basically. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, Nonhly. Thank you for joining the sprint.
Hey, baby girl. How you doing, baby girl?
Like she's a visitor.
Are you back?
That's why I'm laughing. How was your break?
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
I thought you fell asleep. I'm like, yeah, that one. She's probably fast asleep.
I did. Oh.
You slept. There was no time to sleep. But why did you sleep? There was absolutely no time to sleep.
I did not plan it.
How do you? I need this energy that people get. Like, how do you fall asleep so quickly? Like in such a short period. I'm so jealous.
Yeah, I'm that person. I can't take afternoon naps because I can never fall asleep on time to take the nap.
I know I can nap, but I know when to nap. This was not the time to nap.
When are you nap randomly? When
this was not.
I'm
not a random napper. Mina, I plan my naps. Mina, I know when to nap.
Let me read.
I don't just nap.
Nap here, nap there.
But when I look at the time and my responsibilities, that's the right time to nap. It's not. I can never nap when I've got something to do.
You nap
I don't know how
40 minutes.
It's like my daughter. Every day after school, she gets into the car. Yeah, she gets in the car every single day. We talk for 2 minutes, and then I will respond 2 seconds after she says something. Every single day.
That's 30-minute nap. That's 30-minute drive.
Yes, she naps, and then when I wake her up, when she gets home, she's like, "Oh, I'm always taking a power nap because I told her that these are power naps because she gets home with all this energy."
Power nap.
I love it.
It would take me more than 30 minutes
to her own power nap. She took her own power nap.
I don't know how you guys do
Okay,
it.
so tell us about it, Sula. Tell us about Sula. For the people on the sprint. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm reading Sula by Toni Morrison, and I am on. Where am I? I am on page 121, which is almost half of not chapter, part 2, because so it's in 2 parts. And it's interesting so far. I love it. I just had to read the back, guys. There's something I want to emphasize because I see it and it's happening. It says here, Sula is a story of fear, the fear that traps us, justifying itself through perpetual myth and legend. Cast as a witch by the people who resent her strength, Sula is a woman of unpromising power, a wayward force who challenges the smallness of a world that tries to hold her back. That is who Sula is. So this actually
I
describes
also
Sula
like
much,
I
much
also like
better.
that description because she's too big for the world, right? She like they say the
Yes.
smallness of the world that challenges her because they want to constrain her and Benzek,
Yo.
wayward,
No.
or the original wayward is this one. Is
Yeah.
this one? I don't know where your friends are because I wanted to talk about the books that we got delivered and then
Mm.
we can start the
Oh,
sprint.
okay. Should I just
I'm
mention
here.
mine?
I'm
What?
here.
Okay, can you talk about the books that Wordsworth did give us, and then we can
Okay.
start the first sprint. So you can start on
Okay.
Pele, then it will be Nonhly, and then hopefully Charity will be back.
Okay. So I got Lucky Girl by Irene Moshemi Diritu. I don't like butchering
Okay.
people's surnames, guys. I
I'm
got
very
this
bad with
book.
names.
Yes. I I love the cover of this book. I need to say this, but can I read? Do I have a few minutes? Okay. Longing for independence, a sheltered young Kenyan woman flees the expectations of her mother for a life in New York that challenges all her beliefs about race, love, and family. A fierce and tender debut about the lives and loves we choose, what it meant to be an African immigrant in America at the turn of the millennium, and how a young woman finds a place for herself in the world. And who's this? The author of Yinka Ways Your Husband says a powerful exploration of making the most of the hand you've been dealt.
I love it. I love
Hmm?
it. I
Mm.
love it.
Mm.
That's nice.
Okay.
What did
And
you get
yeah,
in the? Hmm?
sorry, I was gonna read a quote here that I
Yes.
read in Swahili, but it is
Hey, Bo, you can read
translated.
Swahili when?
I know, I read it. Guys, I've been working with Chivenda and Chisonga, and now all of a sudden I feel like I got this,
Ah,
but I don't.
Dimacheron,
Yes.
I don't.
Dimacheroni.
Hey,
Ah,
that's as far as I'll go.
Dimacheroni.
To love is nothing. To be loved is quite something. But to love and be loved is everything. Ah, so I'm
Yes.
like,
Ooh, that's nice.
the hint that
That is
she's
very
been
Wow.
dealt,
nice.
and then
Mm.
she will find
That's nice.
herself in New York. Can't wait.
Love it.
Thank you, Wordsworth.
Love it. Yeah. Yeah. And you, Nancy, what did you get?
Okay, and I received Stay With Me by Ayobami Adebayo. I got it
Mm-hmm.
from Wordsworth. I'll just read the second paragraph on the synopsis. It says, unraveling against the social and political turbulence of 1980s Nigeria. Stay With Me is a story of the fragility of married love, the undoing of family, the power of grief, and the all-consuming bonds of motherhood. It is a tale about the desperate attempts to save ourselves and those we love from heartbreak. So looking forward to it.
Mm, okay. So I
Mhm.
got V. Schwab's The Invisible Life of Eddie LaRue. I actually don't want to, but I don't know when I'm gonna read this, but I actually don't want to read the back.
Okay.
How
I
many
don't
pages is that, friend?
know.
It looks so big.
It's not too bad.
800.
It doesn't look too bad.
800.
I'm ganja 544. That's fine. It's
Oh,
doable.
friends,
It's doable.
during my bookshop days, one of my colleagues read that book, and I told her that I want to read this book. Yeah, I'm not gonna say no more, but
Okay.
that is something I definitely read. Yeah.
Okay, so fine. Let me just read the back. I don't know if anybody doesn't know, but I don't know, right? I know that I was intrigued by it, and obviously, like I'm saying, she's an author that I would read blind because I like her so much. But okay, fine. It says France, 1714. A desperate woman makes a desperate deal in the dark, a bargain to live forever, but be remembered by none. So begins the invisible life of Eddie LaRue, shadow muse to artists throughout history, forgotten friend, confidant, and lover, slipping away with the morning light. Eddie passes through lives, desperate only to leave a trace of herself, until the day she walks back into a small bookshop in Manhattan and meets Henry, who remembers her. After 300 years, Eddie's life is restarting, but the devil never plays fair. As Henry and Eddie's lives start to intertwine, they must face the consequences of the decisions they've made and the prices to be paid. The invisible life of Eddie LaRue is a dazzling adventure across centuries and continents, across history and art, about a young woman learning how far she will go to leave her mark on the world. The invisible life of, oh no, this is a, yeah, this is one of those blurbs. So that is what it is. That is what it is, which sounds very interesting.
It does.
Okay,
I've,
okay, V. Schwab. Okay.
I've heard the synopsis before. That's what intrigued me.
Mm, mm, mm. Okay.
I'm reading
Kind of
synopsis.
sort of reminds me of the Time Traveler's Wife as well. But okay, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Which book did you get, Charity? And can you read us your synopsis as well?
My synopsis has 5 paragraphs. That's the whole book.
Fourth swing.
Yes.
Pela.
And these.
Mine
I'm
had
just like,
four.
I will
Mine
read
had
it.
four. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Don't read
Kuning.
the praise.
I'm reading
Remove the praise.
2. So this
I
is the
also
book
read just
Don't
that
read
I
the
got.
praise. Don't read the praise.
I'm saying
for the
I'm
book.
only reading the first 2 at the
Okay,
top.
okay, that's fine. That's fine.
So they sent me Fourth Wing by Rebecca Yaros, and it says, "Welcome to the brutal and elite world of Basquiat War College. 20-year-old Violet was supposed to enter the scribe quadrant, living a quiet life among books and history. Now the commanding general, her tough as Talon's mother, has ordered Violet to join the hundreds of candidates striving to become the elite of Navarre, dragon riders. But when you're smaller than everybody else and your body is brittle, death is only a heartbeat away because dragons don't bond to fragile humans, they incinerate them."
Oh yes.
That's
Oh
that's all.
yes.
And I think there's a representation of what do we call it? Because they talk about her having a fragile body, like she has chronic pain in the book. That's what I heard.
And it comes out quite early in the story, so I do remember that from the first few
Mm.
chapters that I did listen to. Scorpio Rising was laughing at me, teasing Nonhly for having been MIA.
Only to find that he was taking a
I
nap.
was right. I was right. Pat says, ordered Lucky Girl from Seeing You Reveal It yesterday on Pile. Oh, I love that. Yes. Yes. Pat also says, very meaningful read. Monthly, you will have to get a spell of good things to recommended read. So Ompile has that copy and she has finished it. So do you agree? Do you agree? Recommended? Okay. Cool. I think we are ready for the first sprint, which will be sorry, I just want to share my screen, which will be 60 minutes. So in about 2 seconds we can start. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sula, Song of Solomon. The bluest eye. I feel like the bluest eye is absent. The bluest eye.
Sawona.
How goes the things?
I went downstairs and I read out loud to myself, and it was really lovely for a good about 20 minutes or so. But I'm sleepy, so I had to get up and go do the laundry. So I'm rinsing now, and then I'll go downstairs again later to air out whatever's left of the sun now and give the kids lunch so they are happy and they're still quiet. Thank you, Lord.
That's nice. Like it's like honestly, this time around, it's like they're not even there. I wonder
Thank
what did
you.
you drag? What did you drag them with yesterday?
I did not drag my children. Please, no children were harmed during this recording. No children were dragged or nothing.
Is it?
It's just peaceful today. Yo, whatever it is, there's no fight, nothing. I'm so glad. Yo,
Love it. I love it.
the book is going well. So now he's met the aunt, and the aunt knows him. So I thought she didn't know him because um I think the father had shunned her before he was born or when he was born, and she only met him once.
Okay.
And I I think the father said, "Don't ever come here, wara wara," or whatever. There's drama between them. I think they went through something or a betrayal, and so the father shunned her away. So I I think now he's gonna be very curious. Milkman is curious about his aunt, and the aunt already knows him, and he's not aware of it because now Guitar is the one making the introduction, or they going in there. They're like, yeah, this house, we wanna go into this house that Guitar knows about and that it's shining and all of that. But the aunt is very like poor and ugly, and they say that she's ugly, but I don't think so. She's just
She
like she lives.
have they talked
Sorry.
about her navel? Have they talked about her navel?
They've asked her about the navel. She's the one who doesn't
Okay,
have.
so she's the one. Okay, I like that character actually in the book.
Yeah, she's regal. I feel like she's her own kind of person. You know, like how I think Erica Badu is her own person, and no one understands her, and we are so undeserving of her and her queendom.
Awesomeness. Yes.
She's that. She's like, wearing black everything, and she's just like, she has this earring that stands out, and it's just, yeah. I won't tell you guys about the earring, but there is an earring that is grabbing the, yeah, like I like that earring or whatever that thing is that she wears around her ear. But yeah, Milkman is intrigued by his aunt, so I'm enjoying reading it out loud to myself.
That's nice. That's nice.
No, auntie, yeah, la, sissy, you awake?
Yo, I mean ubuthongo bongihlasele. Yeah.
You can't be falling asleep when wake up.
I mean I've never had so much sleep. Yo, Aish. But I'm moving on the book as well. I am on page 167 of 174. So I'm literally like maybe
Oh, you're done.
Almost
yes,
done.
this is what's left.
No, you're done.
Yeah.
No, you are wide awake, more awake than most people. You are done.
Yo, guys, it's interesting. I just want to say one thing about Usula. Usula, she possesses so much power, even when she sleeps with the man. When the man is home, because the wives know that, okay, maybe my man was with Sula, but they don't have anything bad to say about Sula. That's like,
she's a queen.
Like,
respect her.
I think it's because she's nothing. I think it's because she's nothing like their women, because she's different. Remember, because she's like her own person. She's not following any, trends or whatever or tradition like other women. So I think that's what annoys people. Like, this woman, there's something wrong about her, but they can't find it. They don't know what's wrong. Yeah,
The only thing
even
that's wrong is
when
that she's not playing to your tune. That's all.
yeah, so this woman is powerful, Shem. She's a true feminist one. Oh, yeah. And the book is so nice, guys. I'm almost done. I'm literally I think the next sprint, the first 15 minutes, I should be done.
You'll be done. You'll be done. What, you've got like 10 pages left?
Yeah, I think so, more or less. Yeah. So I love it. I love this book. I feel like
Without
remember
hearing that, love it.
because remember the first 3 chapters, there was no mention of Sula, and I was like, can I go?
Yeah.
I mean, the title, and I know Sula is definitely a person. It's not like a place. So, but I'm so happy how she was introduced and how it's going so far. I'm glad that Toni Morrison.
You can't say so far. You cannot say so far you are done. How it's going? Who's the? That is so far. You've got 10 pages. So how much further is it gonna go?
This woman is a mystery. I don't know what's still left.
Anything could happen. Anything could happen.
Sula is a mystery. She's a mystery woman. You don't know what she's gonna do next. So yeah, I'm glad it was never like rushed to say this is Sula. This is They took time to introduce Sula, and when she was introduced, we feel it, we felt it, we know her, you know. So we see her. Yeah, no, there's just something here. I'm loving it.
Love it. Charity, are you there? If not, I'm just gonna go to the comments and then I'm gonna talk about Beloved. Okay. Pat's reminding you guys to please smash that like button. Please do the thing.
Please don't forget.
Please. Pat says, remember, hydrate, peeps. Scorpio rising at the end of this sprint. She was on chapter 10. I don't know what chapter I'm on, but I am on page 78. Scorpio and I are reading the same book. So I am on page 78, but I'm not sure the chapter. Like I said, my chapters don't have numbers, so I'm no longer sure. And the audiobook doesn't have tracks. So Angazi. Kat says, I haven't read yet, was busy with laundry and cooking. Now I'm jumping into Delia. She's boss, that one. She stands up for Dom in his own family. Yes! I love that love story. That's like, yeah.
Also, Kat, we really appreciate you. All the videos. Love it.
Listen. Thank you, Kat.
And putting independently published books on the spotlight, like what you're doing with James' series. That is beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you, Kat. So, beloved. We guys need to read this book. Hey. Firstly, look at me tabbing now. Look at me tabbing. Okay. So it looked like the daughter was no longer like it was clear that she didn't like the existence of Paul D in this family unit, right?
Yeah.
Fine. A carnival presented itself. Paul D bought them tickets. They go to this carnival and they start to bond, the three of them, right? It seems like Denver's coming around because for once she's out of the house and the townspeople take a liking to Paul D. So it's like they feel like normal people, you know, for a change. When they come back to the house, there's a woman sitting outside who isn't wearing shoes, who looks like she's sick and is just thirsty, like she had so much water, this woman. No? So they thought she was sick. Denver is automatically attached to this woman from the get-go, right? And she sets out to help her to get better, takes care of her, and then she introduces herself as Beloved. Okay.
Hey.
So I'm like, hey, oh, Beloved. I mean, I thought it was the 3-year-old. So now Beloved. Hey, they keep asking, where are you from? Where are your people from? I said, no, she's not from, like, she's not forthcoming about where she's from. all she keeps saying is that she belongs here. So the lady I keep saying is Seth. It's actually Setha. Yeah, that's how you say her name. The mother. So beloved is attached to S, like very attached to her, wants to hear about her history, where she's from, about her mother and the things that have happened to her life. Like she lights up, right, to the point where even Paul D thinks that she is basically aroused by S, né? Which doesn't make sense. So when she comes through, I think she's around the age of, but she's probably late teens. I get eventually she starts sharing a room. She was staying in the grandmother's room. She starts sharing a room with Denver. Hi, girl. Guys, you know when Paul D arrived, he chased away the ghost. I think this beloved is the ghost returned in the form of that woman. It's still the same thing that we are dealing with, because as she's having conversations with Denver, she's saying, "What if left her in the bottom of the river and chose to keep Denver instead?" Again, we don't know how that ghost died. So now I'm saying this is the ghost in a human body form, because she keeps. Denver also asked her, "How was it where she's from?" And she talks as though she is from hell, not as in the actual hell. About how it was hot, it was this, it was that. Okay.
Who's this woman we're talking about? Is this the mother?
No, you are not listening.
Yeah, I've been on calls.
A woman presented herself on their front porch, right?
Okay.
And she was sick, dehydrated, etc. They nursed her back to health. This woman makes Paul D very uncomfortable, but Denver and Setha like her. So they've kept her, and they keep feeding her and taking care of her. And whenever Paul D tries to figure out where she's from, she keeps saying, "Good, this is where she belongs." Now she's bonded with Denver, and she's very taken by Setha, right? In her bonding with Denver, it comes out Ukuti. She might be the ghost that Paul D chased away on the first day that he arrived. It could be the dead 2-year-old in a grown-up human body's form,
inhabiting the body.
and she says to Denver, "No, I don't care about you. Whatever you do, I'm not here for you. I'm here for her. And why did she leave me at the bottom of the river?"
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah. No, yeah. It's interesting.
She's back for revenge.
Something's about to go down, and I'm only on page 78 of 200 and something. I don't remember. 275. So I've still got about 200 pages to go. So.
Yeah.
A lot is going
and
to
also
be
it's like
happening.
there's so much that's being said, right? Like there's so many quotable. The only thing that I've put here, like the tabs, I don't know if you guys can see all of them, are just quotable moments, and there's a lot. There's like so much that's going on here
In 70 pages.
And when you get to piece things together yourself in your head as well, you're like, this is so brilliantly told. Like, anyway, yeah, it's giving that.
Yeah.
What is that sound? How do you describe?
It's when something is really very tasty, you know.
It's scrumptious.
It's finger licking. It's finger licking.
Nom.
It's nom nom.
How do you describe that sound? We here in South Africa we do copywriting. Please help us. When we're enjoying something, like I'll be enjoying
the smacking of the lips.
Yeah.
It's actually the tongue.
It's more the tongue than the lips.
Or sipping something, and I'll be like,
it's definitely giving.
It's scrumptious. It's giving
scrumptious. Very strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's giving. It's giving. How's the bluest eye?
It's been
she's
tough
been
times.
this one.
No, but I've been reading as well. So I'm on page
she's
150.
She's about to finish.
159.
No,
I've got like
that I left.
50 pages left.
No, you're done.
Now
You're
Yo,
gonna finish
you know,
that.
Ne, when you've read a book and you've decided I don't like this character because
Mm.
they're so mean and they're so like this, and then the author goes and makes you feel sorry for them because now they're telling you their upbringing.
Their
And
backstory.
I'm just like,
Yeah.
but I wanted to hate them.
I was
Like,
ready,
why
but
are
I
you
didn't. How dare you?
They're like, how dare you? How dare you? Because now I'm just like, oh, guys, it's like, how do you um,
What do you unlike?
what is it? Not even
Un,
unlike, but it's like when you've met a character and they've
mm,
presented themselves as a bad person, as an abusive person, right?
yeah.
How do I reconcile with the hurt and broken you and understand, I don't want to say excuse, né, but understand the excuse
Like the
you've made to act
empathy.
to be the way, yes,
So how do you
like
apply the empathy towards a villain? Basically, you feel like it's,
or
but
towards a, yes.
apparently that's what makes good villains, right? They say that if a villain has a good, strong backstory for why they are what they are, that
Mm,
what makes the, and that's what I suppose the conflict is, because you get people who actually like the villains because they understand that you actually probably had no choice but to be who you were
yeah,
if you ended up being.
I
But I
think
hear you. I hear you.
I think
I
the
hear
thing that would bother me, like I would have the empathy
you.
for Charlie, which is the father, which is Piccolo's father, and Polly, which is Piccolo's mom, because both of them are bad people right now, but they've had hard upbringings. But I think my biggest issue is how they treat their kids. Like you can
Mm,
do bad things, but it's like
but
don't
the kids.
hurt other people.
Mm.
Mm,
I think that's where
But,
I'm
but
just like,
but do the bad things that you do actually ever matter if you're not hurting anyone? It doesn't matter. Like you can do bad
mm,
things, but if it's not affecting
mm,
anyone, then like
and
you're not
else,
bothered. Like
then
yeah.
it's like
So the
I'm
time
not
that you
bothered,
get
but it's like
bothered is if it affects
is
other
when it is
people.
to other people. So this is where
Yeah.
I'm at. I'm like, I understand your stories. I understand you guys had such a hard bring, and I get where you are, but
Mm.
try to remember how you felt as a child
Mm.
going through this
Oh no, no,
while
no.
like doing the same thing to your kid. Like,
I feel like abused people
ish.
who become abusers, as in I do have empathy for them because I think that certain things can be learned, right? But I feel like abused
Mm,
people who become abusers don't think on that level. As in it's
mm.
not a
It's
logical
not.
thing. It's not a thing that they can reason out. It's just something that
Mm,
is.
this is how I'm feeling. This is what it
And it's
is.
also, I suppose it becomes a survival thing as well. Like, this is all I know. This
Mm,
is what was done to me. This is what I'm going to do to, because I don't know anything else. No one has ever shown me anything different until
mm.
somebody does come along and show you different, you know?
Oh,
So,
even like now with Charlie, the father, it came to a sense of, oh, now I'm in the same situation that my father was in. Now I get why he did this. So it's like
so it's
his
not like I'm
logic
going to
is,
change.
it's not like I'm gonna, yeah, his logic is just like,
Yeah.
oh, I get it.
Mm,
This is why you probably did it.
mm, mm,
So
mm.
it's rough.
And that's actually a
I
very
miss
realistic,
Claudia. It's very
that's a
realistic, but
very
I
yeah.
miss
realistic take
Claudia.
because that's what it is. Maybe Claudia will
It is,
come back and make you laugh.
yo, Claudia, I need to put a smile. I need a smile on my face because my heart is heavy now.
It's too much. It's
It's
too
too
much.
much. It's heavy because it's like
Like,
I'm having a morality battle. It's like I really
mm,
feel for you. I'm referring to also now I was talking about the father because I'm at the father story, but it's actually on both sides because both the mother and the father had very different upbringings and were both hurt in some way or another and are dealing with their own things, and they brought it into their relationship, into their kids, and now the kids were left neglected and
mm.
feeling unloved and abused because of what happened with their parents. So it's actually that's something like Piccola yo, I don't even know how she kept being sweet from my she's been sweet so far from my I don't know
Mm.
how. Mm.
Yeah.
Mm. So
And how
Scorpio
will she
rising is
be as
agreeing
a
as well.
how is Piccola going to be also when she's grown up and in a relationship? How is
Will
that
she
going
be
to
able
affect
to
her?
avoid
Yeah.
duplicating the same trend, you know?
Mm.
I hear you.
Or will she
I
also
hear
be in
you.
an abusive relationship and accept it as, you know what, I've been through this all my life. This is nothing new.
Mm,
This is
mm,
normal.
mm,
So
mm, mm, mm. Okay.
good tough.
So Scorpio is agreeing and saying it's quite unfortunate. I think we can hop on to the next 60 minutes. And I know some people are gonna finish their sprint, sorry, their book, like about 10 pages. So
Who has
doing
10
this.
pages left?
Oh,
Nuntli?
God, see? The
No,
sleeping
Kanchan.
they're sleeping.
No,
Good
Kanchan.
morning, Blue.
The one who took a
Yeah,
nap.
this is what's left.
Sit
This
down,
is
Abu.
what's left.
No, Nuntli
Sit
kept listening to the
down.
audiobook and it skipped some 10 pages. I'm telling
Ah,
you. I don't believe us.
I know
Nuntli,
I
did
hate it
she
when
say?
I hear one. I know I hate it when I hear one. You are
So do
hating.
I.
You.
So do I. So do I.
Nah,
Okay, let's
I'm not.
go. Let's go. She was
I'm not
busy on the phone,
trusting.
this one. She was busy on the phone that time. Let's go, guys. Enjoy. Hello. Before we hop onto our how it went, I see just a few comments here, so I just want to get through them first. Um, I think this was at the end of the last discussion. Lesotho was saying, I think about Piccola breed love often. So
I
she's
think I
talking
will
about
too.
yeah,
I'm not okay.
yeah.
I'm not okay.
I get Claudia to help me. I'm not even laughing at you guys.
Mm.
Let me not laugh.
Claudia is not even doing it right now because it's just, yo, guys, I
It's
can't, I
too
can't
deep.
even
It
talk.
got it got it got worse.
Let's read.
Okay, Scorpio Rising said, got to go. Thank you very much, ladies, again for the sprints. You all are such wonderful hosts. I had a ball. Take care, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We always appreciate you here. Catch you
Thank
in Sprint
you.
Scorpio, said Pat. Okay, let's hear from Mama Sula first because I'm sure she's done.
I am
Yeah.
done.
It's
And
completed.
but the ending was just so sad. Why can't
And it going, and it going. Like, I don't want to laugh at you guys. You guys are going through it.
I did not see this one coming about Sula. I'm like, what? Why? Why? So I did find my quote. Remember the one I put on the picture?
Yes. Yeah.
And like any artist with no farm, what? No farm. She became dangerous. Sula is the danger. Sula is where the danger is.
That's where
Yeah.
the danger is.
Yes.
She's
And
really dangerous.
yeah, and this is what her friend once told her. You can't do it all. You are a woman and a colored woman at that. You can't act like a man. You can't be walking around all independent like, doing whatever you like, taking what you want, leaving what you don't. So that's what
Why
like
not?
women do. Yeah. Like she's like I said, she's a mystery. And
Mm,
then further on in their conversation, the friend was telling, oh, Sula got sick. And then
mm,
um, she was on her own. There was like no one taking care of her. She was on her own. And then the friend came and told her that she's lonely. And then she said, yes, but my lonely is mine. Now your lonely is someone else's, made by somebody else and handed to you. Ain't that something? A second-hand
mm,
lonely. I like she's
Mm.
fighting. She's always there to defend herself and also trying to show
okay.
these women that whatever she's doing for herself. At least she's not hurt
Mm,
by someone else. She's sick
mm,
now. It's her own thing.
mm,
Lonely, it's her lonely. At least it's
mm,
not like her friends. Well, she says since she was so lonely because her man left her. So
mm,
Sula slept with his man, but I don't think she actually fell in love. She would just sleep with
mm,
them and then it was just a desire for her, not like
mm,
really falling in love and taking care of someone and
mm,
all of that. So
mm.
yeah, so she was even asking the friend like, what's wrong with you? Why are you going on about men? Like I don't know what they are. And then the friend said they are worth keeping. She's like, are they worth keeping? Really? Why?
As if they pets. They were keeping.
And then she said they ain't worth more than me. I Sula is the girl, guys.
Yeah, no, that is that, and that's on per. They're not
No,
worth more than you. They're never worth more than you.
yo,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I know. I loved it. And then she said, what? And besides, I never loved no man because he was with it. Worth didn't have nothing to do with it. And then the friend is asking, what did? She says, my mind did. That's all. Well, I guess that's it. This
Mm,
one, yeah, I loved it, guys. I loved it. It
mm,
was so sad at the end. Towards the end, it's so sad because I didn't even think Sula would get sick and, just be gone. But then again, they are
mm,
old now. Now we are in the 1965, and remember the book started in the
1990.
1919, 1920,
mm,
thereabout.
mm,
Yes, so they are over 50 now. They're like in their 50s, and Sula still has never been married, no children. Yeah,
Living her
the
best life.
living the life she wanted, the life she ordered, and not
And now
giving
she's telling
anyone
the
a
friend,
headache.
and she's telling the friend that I am dying now, but I don't regret anything I did in my life.
Anything.
Done most of the things I wanted to do. I am free.
Yeah.
Now I can just stop
Yeah.
breathing.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm. Mm.
So yeah, that was that. It was just beautiful. I actually went on to check like what people rated Sula. Some people were disgusted by the character because
Of
she's
course.
all feisty and feminist. That I'm like, what's wrong with people? Like, don't they see the bigger picture here? You know?
But it's exactly what Charity was saying. I get it. We live in a world that has rules, and anything that goes against it, it's not
Mm,
something that's applauded as such, right? But I love
yeah.
Yeah.
Nam. I love that book for that, for going
Yeah.
against the grain. Yeah.
Mm. At some stage, I'm like, Sula should just. She's her own warrior. Like this one, she is
Mm.
woman king.
Oh, I was waiting for
I was
Woman
waiting
King
for it.
to make an appearance.
I
Oh
was
my
waiting for it.
goodness.
The only thing that was
Yeah,
left was Sula to have killed one of the
everything.
men that
Someone
she was with.
then she was gonna come here and say it's Woman King happening all over again. Hey, if there
Sula
ever was
is
an
woman king.
obsession, this is an
She lived
obsession.
her life. She fought
Like a
her
Woman King.
fight, and at the end, she was happy with every decision she made in life. And also, she actually asked a friend a question because also remember she slept with the friend's husband. And the friend is like, but friend, you never thought about me and all of that. And then she made it sound like she is innocent, she deserves all the happiness and all of that. And then Sula was like, what if you're wrong? What if I don't know, what if your man felt a certain way? That's why he also did what he did. Because then what's this
Mm.
thing of
So
you
you're
taking
not really the person who's been wronged as such. What if there's a
yeah,
different perspective? Okay, I hear you.
exactly.
Mm.
And for the fact that whatever Sula did, there was nothing bad for people to say
Mm.
about her. Like they would
Mm.
expect that when their husband comes back home and they'd be like, yeah, this
Mm.
woman, this, there's nothing. When the man comes back okay, even
Mm.
happier, and then life goes on, and these women are asking themselves, Aibo, what's happening
Mm.
here? Yo, yeah.
Mm.
And guys, it's so back in the days, ice cream used to be 18 cents. I'm like, wow.
Mhm.
Cents. When last
So
you
it
cents?
made American sense. Mm.
Yeah. No.
Mm.
I love it. I understand. I get the picture here. I understand what message Tony was sending, and I'm
Amatui.
actually surprised back in the 1970s that there were writers who were thinking like she did. I'm really impressed, guys.
Mm.
Yeah.
She's a gem,
'Cause-
Sham. Louis, you
mm.
still don't want to talk. You don't want to talk about it.
I'm going to cry if I talk.
That makes
I've
for
got
great live YouTube live tears
I've
streaming.
got I've got
Mm.
9 pages left. I don't even want to start to talk about what's happening with this kid and what she's going through. Mm-mm.
Come on, friend, let your emotions out. We are here.
Mm-mm.
Talk to us.
No.
That's why we are
Mm,
here having this read along.
Mm-mm.
Huh? Talk
mm.
to us. We've got you. I don't
Yeah,
want to laugh.
It's not
I don't want
happening.
to laugh
It's not
because
happening.
it is very deep. Like I understand what you're going
Mm.
through, but
Yeah.
talk to us, girl. Okay, Ishem. Yeah, but talk to us. Yeah, we're here for you. Where's
mm.
Raymond? At least you and Raymond can cry together. Oh, Raymond, show yourself.
I don't think he's here now. Mm-mm.
Mm.
This book is a lot, Shem.
Yeah, he's not here.
Like from the moment like we went to Charlie and I'm just like, I have no sympathy for that man. It's all gone. Whatever empathy I had,
Mm.
there's no excuse.
Mm. Mm.
There's just no excuse.
Do you feel
Yeah,
like you're strong enough for the last 10 pages?
I don't know.
friend, I think you are. You made it all the way.
Mm.
Yeah, she's done now.
Mm.
She's done. She's done. But I'm glad. You know what? I'm glad that you two who are towards the end are feeling the feels because what's a Toni Morrison book without shattering you a little bit? Yeah, there and everywhere.
There's no littleness in the shattering. I know she just took your heart. You know, in Vampire
Yeah.
Diaries, when the vampires take out your heart and they say, "This is what she's doing," she took it out. Mm.
Yeah, she said she's coming for everything. Yeah, no, right. It's about
Mm.
right, guys. It's about right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
It's all
can't.
right. Even
I
me,
don't know
I'm
how I'm gonna
waiting.
do.
Like even with this one, I'm like, when it comes there, when the storm falls, it's
Mm.
gonna happen.
You.
But guys,
Like
I
I
hope
think
you are strong enough to tell us
I
at
don't
the end of
know.
it.
I don't know if I'm strong. Like I feel like the
No,
part
no, at the
where
end of it, I feel like
she
when it's
was
done.
talking when she was talking to her imaginary self. I
Yeah.
think that
I think I
that's
remember
what
that.
I think that's what broke me.
Mm. And you know what? If
Mm,
we're being honest, right, this whole idea of beauty, colorism, it's not just in America, even in South Africa, there's this
mm,
ideal, right? But also the fact that it weighs so heavily on women who have so many, like all four of us look so different from each other, but in our own rights,
mm,
we hold beauty in our own rights, right? So this
mm.
whole thing of having been taught, I don't know if men are taught this. Obviously, I'm not a man and I don't know how it works
Yeah.
in their circles, but I feel like we are taught from a very young age to want to look a certain way or to be a certain way or behave a certain way, that I can
Mm,
easily believe somebody feeling like, if I don't, that's why we have, even like nowadays, color contact lenses, let's say, for example, right? Because you
mm.
feel like you need to change something cosmetically. And even in this day and age,
Yeah.
right, when we talk about BBLs and tummy tucks and Botox and whatever, there's always something that we are
Mm.
looking to fix.
And
And
it's
I think
so
that
accessible
message
right
is
now.
timeless. Yeah, and this message is
Mm,
very timeless because it talks also to where you come from in terms of the people that surround you, not necessarily like your biological family, but obviously here it's talking about biological family, but also
yeah.
who surrounds you. Is it people who are affirming that as you are,
Mm,
that is perfect as it is,
yeah.
right? And if you meet somebody else who people seem to think looks better than you for whatever reason, it doesn't take away from your
Mm,
beauty to acknowledge that the next person also looks
mm.
beautiful, if you hear what I'm trying to say.
Because you've been
And yeah,
affirmed the whole time.
yeah,
Mm.
yeah,
And this is
yeah.
what Piccola, like literally from the very first moment that she was brought into the world, the first description of her was ugly. And
Mm,
every single, like, I feel like every single person who encountered her, except for Claudia and the sister Frida, they're the only two people that did not describe uh, Piccola as ugly.
that's ugly.
But every other person, whether they knew her
Mm,
well or not, that is the
mm,
first thing. And it's like she sees it in how they treat her as well. So her, like, she's getting reaffirmed over and over of about
mm,
her looks.
mm,
And she's like,
mm.
no, clearly this.
Something
Mm,
wrong. Mm, I hear you. I hear you. And it also talks to this thing because I've always said, Gote, for example, especially as babies, my son has always been darker than my daughter, but especially
mm,
as babies, right? My son was very dark, and the next baby in the house before my daughter came was my nephew. My nephew is very light skinned,
mm,
and there were adults that I had to check at every given point whenever they made this comparison, and I'm like, but I don't understand. Did we father like these kids get fathered by the same man? Am I
mm.
my sister? Like there's so many things, dynamics that have been put
That,
in here for you to come and speak of color in such a critical manner. And then on top of it, you yourself,
mm,
Chomi, you are not light skinned. And lastly,
eh,
just because of the color does not take away from how beautiful this child is,
beautiful. Mm,
Mm.
right? So you can't like and for me my biggest problem was not even kids will be kids, right? Because they take from whatever they've learned, but I'm like these adults that are
mm.
reinforcing this thing without fear to be able to come to a mother. So I'm just going
And
back to
say
like Picola's
that.
we call as parents, because they probably grew up in a society where the minute they saw whatever they saw in her, whether it was she had a big nose or big eyes or whatever it is that was not the norm or associated with beauty, they also automatically in their heads thought, then this person's not
It's not
good with
beautiful.
it, you know?
And even if you
So
father the same kids, like I'm not light skinned, but I'm much lighter than my husband. My daughter is my skin tone. Our next child can have his darker skin tone. Now to have people compare my kids to say
and
this
funny
one
enough,
is
I'm darker than both my sisters. My sisters are lighter than me. And at home, when we were growing up, that was never a thing. It only became a thing when we were socializing with people outside of
of your immediate.
so then I had to be like, oh, they're as light as my mom and I'm as dark. And it really didn't, like, it was not one of those things that was a big deal in the immediate household until somebody else who's from the outside comes in and starts making commentary, which actually is neither here nor there, right? The color of your skin, especially, I mean, like the dimensions of melanin, really, you're black. Do you hear what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
What does it change to me? Well, like, what are we actually talking about? What's the issue?
Yeah.
Like,
anyway. Yeah, sure. I feel like Miss
you're
Tony just
muted.
misled me.
No, you're not muted. Sorry, P, we can't hear you though. You're not muted.
Oh, I'm saying I feel like Miss Tony misled me with those light, fluffy parts of
Yeah.
color.
So that when she got you, she was
She got-
yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, I was gonna add on to that as well because the twins have different complexions as well. So when they were younger, I used to get that same. I actually didn't like it at all. Because
Oh
twin
no, I
one
never
is
tired, Shem. From calling out grown-ups, I never tired. I didn't care if you were my aunt, my grand, and Katal. I wanted to know, where does this thing come from in your head? Like, what are you
like I
talking
didn't
about?
like it, and I guess maybe it's because when they were born, I was still like not able to. I don't like confrontation as a person. I don't like like funny conversations. I don't like that. So I think back then, 5 years ago, I was really like, okay, where is this
taken
coming from?
aback.
I would just, so I would just like be like, okay, I don't know what you're talking about, but anyway, they're just babies. And at the end of the day, they my children and whatever, because twin one is lighter. And back then he was lighter, but now I feel like they're
They
the same
stopped her.
complexion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they changed. Like my daughter was
Exactly,
also
that's what I don't
lighter.
understand from
That's the
women
thing.
who are, and also women who are
Women
mothers.
and
Guys,
colorism.
you cannot judge a baby. Like a baby. You don't know anything about this thing. It's going to change and surprise you. What do you know? Now, why must I defend this thing that's gonna
Why
change
must I
within 2 months?
explain?
What must I be talking about with you right now? Like, honestly, and you know
Yeah.
better because you've experienced this. Now, my first time,
Yes.
like, honestly, no, stop that.
So
Yeah.
for
Even
us
as
as well,
siblings.
so for my daughter, like she was a bit lighter than me. Now, obviously, I'm lighter than my husband, but she also struggled with eczema. So there was a time where her skin was peeling. So she became even lighter. So when I would go out with her at the mall, cute baby, oh, she probably looks like her dad. And I'm like,
What is the meaning?
what is the
What
meaning?
do you even mean?
What the actual
When
hell?
What are
Sean is
you
with
actually
her,
saying?
it's like, oh, she probably looks like her mom because I'm
No,
just
stop
like, right now
that,
she looks like
guys.
none of us because
And actually, do you know that kids
Exactly.
are the weirdest? Like this thing of resemblance. My daughter looked like my mom's mom when she was younger. Like, and then as she grew up, she started looking like Snowy. But now I don't know who she looks like. But my
no,
thing
they
is
keep
this:
changing. They change.
Ukuthi, who said to you that you have to voice what you see with your eyes every single time? Like as a grown up, this is what I'm trying to say is that at a certain age, you have to learn to
Keep
restrain
it
your
to
tongue.
yourself.
Keep it to yourself, Chomi. Like the world is not going to change. You are not Martin Luther. You are not giving a relevant speech, like nothing you've said here is gonna change the world. Why do you feel like this is something you must say?
No, because people are honestly entitled, and they have this thing out. It's just my opinion. I'm free to say
And you know what?
whatever I want
Funny
at
enough,
my expense.
and with what Ompile is saying, Namisha, I'm at home, they know Koti. Even my siblings, they say, oh, the minute that she talks, she must know Koti. Because now I'm not confrontational. I don't like, in fact, I'm the peacemaker. If I see conflicts, I'm the one who's gonna try and be diplomatic. Koti, calm down, guys. Ne? But when it comes to my kids, I don't care who you are.
It goes out the
I
window.
don't care who you are, whether you are my parent, my grandparent. When it comes to my kids, I will tell you what for, and then you can sit there and question yourselves, and also wonder, Vuvu, because obviously you come to me, at me, expecting me not to have a response because I've been this child all your life, right? Now suddenly you think you can come at my kids through me, and I'm gonna sit there and smile. Forget about it. Like, forget it. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah,
It
people
isn't
always
gonna
have
happen.
something to say.
About everything, and there's no need.
There's no need.
There's absolutely no need. No need.
No.
I need to just
Anyway,
shut up.
so yeah, so I love the fact that all the books, like Asula's got a different message, The Bluest Eyes got a different message, Song of Solomon has a different message. I'm still trying to find out this drama, yeah, beloved. But I'm sure there's like something there that's deeper than deep.
And they're
And
deep.
also
All the
like on
messages
a
are deep.
spiritual, yes, and also how she just weaves her story along. You know, in journalism they had this term that they called, and I suppose also as I'm reading, when I read books I look for it, right? The term was a basic show don't tell, right? So show don't tell is a respect your reader enough to see the picture
To
that you're
figure it.
painting instead of you saying
Telling
like
everything.
blatantly saying it to them, right? And she does that so well.
I agree. And I also like that, you know how all of us in the beginning we were so confused, we don't know what's happening. How she comes back and ties everything, and you just connecting. Like as I'm reading, as I'm going to the page, and I'm like, because for the most part of like in the beginning of the chapter, it just starts. It doesn't tell you who's talking. It doesn't tell you what the story is about. It's kind of vague. But as you keep going with the words, you start to piece things together, and you're just like, oh my gosh.
Oh,
Let it
and
not
talking about piecing,
like
piecing things together, have you pieced the titles? Remember, you said that they were all written in capitals, and then you didn't know there were no spaces, etc. Have you figured that out?
not completely. Like I feel like I still don't know who Jane is meant to be. Maybe Jane
Okay.
is the other personality that Piccola is
Or maybe it's no one.
coming
Maybe
out.
that whole thing has its own message that ties
I
in
think
with the
maybe I
bigger
will
message.
go back. I will go back to it to read it again and see.
No, Vuvu wants you to go back.
Yeah, because I don't think
No, already
what
after.
sorry, what I'm trying to get at is that I don't think what I've come to learn is that she's not the kind of author that just does things haphazardly. So everything
Yes, there's a
has
point.
a point. Even the fact that
Mm,
those things are written in capital letters and there's no spaces in between and it's a continuing thing throughout the chapters.
mm,
It's not by accident, it's not to decorate, it's not, do you get what I'm trying to say? There
there's a
is a
point
point
to it.
to it. So,
Because I'm already at the point where things are coming together, ne? But I feel like I need to reread this book already to go back with the knowledge I have, to go back and go through it again with a different eye and with a better understanding. Like I'm already there. I know it's gonna hurt me again, but it's like now everything will make sense. And
yeah.
even maybe small things that I've forgotten, I feel like okay, they will start to make sense. But I'll go back to that beginning to read that passage again and see if it makes sense to me.
Okay. Song of Solomon?
Hey, aku Solomon. Hi.
Aibo, Solomon. Do you remember that political song? Yes, Solomon. That day. What was
Yes.
that?
Which Solomon song now?
You don't know that ANC song that they used to sing back a few years
Solomon
back?
Solomon
I think
Mahlangu.
a few elections. That's the hero. Okay, well, I don't know if they were singing about him, but that song.
Wasn't it like a bit vulgar? Wasn't it like a
There was something about that
vulgar-ish?
song, but I remember they had like an action
Hi,
like this.
guys.
But anyway,
Where did I grow up?
Solomon, and this was only a few years ago. Please, you are an adult. You should remember this.
Guys, I need an hour where I don't actually go downstairs and go check on those kids. Then I will have feedback. 1 hour. We've got 2 hours left.
How far are you?
Okay, fine. We have less than 2 hours left. We've got an hour and a half, but we're gonna do an hour, and then we're gonna call it a day. But let me just quickly go through this. Pat was congratulating.
She's doing klima.
Who's snoring?
This one. This is over here.
She doesn't want to read.
She doesn't want to say how far she is. She's on chapter 2.
It's okay. Also, me, like my last reading was not. That's why I'm also not really sharing. But I'm on page 90. But I wasn't. It wasn't like the focused reading. I was distracted a bit. But I'm back, like I never left. Going down.
We must just give them food.
Kat says she loves Sula already. Raymond is probably watching.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
we want to see him
told me
cry
and it already
on
started.
Nonhly's channel. On Nonhly's channel.
I don't think.
cry.
From what I hear, there's like back to back
Ooh,
matches.
he's not coming
tonight.
back. Okay. Pat is
He must cry
sending you
on
love
Instagram
and
for us.
hugs.
Thank you. I need it.
As for Raymond
heart
crying
is
for us
breaking.
on Instagram.
There's an Instagram. Why must I go through this alone? I have team
What I'm
members.
gonna do is that when on Pile, I'm gonna do a 70-minute, an hour, 10 minutes. That 10 minutes, the rest of us are gonna read. That 10 minutes is for you to go check on the kids. Are you listening to me, on Pile?
I'm listening.
That 10 minutes is for you to go and check on the kids. The hour is for you to read. The rest of us will read for an hour, 10 minutes, and then
I'm gonna finish.
Done.
Yeah, I'm going straight into this. I need entertainment after this.
Yeah. Just something light, something you.
I need to Paula.
I
need to breathe.
I hear you completely.
You're almost
You
so
need Toni
waterfalls here.
Morrison lights.
Let's do it.
Guys, why are you not asking me? What
are you reading next?
Oh, what are you reading next?
I feel like can I guess your rating? I feel like it's
you're going straight
it's
into
not less. It's not less.
But
I
anyway,
feel like it's not less than 4 stars. Your rating is not less than 4 stars.
this is a 5 star.
It's 5. I love it. I equate it. I love it.
Horn? Oh, where is the
I'm
horn?
the one who's
the
sleeping.
horn?
I'm fast asleep. Boop, 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 boop. I'm the one who's fast asleep all of a sudden.
From her, I just loved it. Women King. I just knew that equals 5 stars.
Yeah, it's a 5 star. Yeah. She wants people feeling. I don't know
Mina
where
Mina-
I went from.
This is a 5 star, and I would defend it online. If people come for me to be like, yeah, how could you rate it? I'm ready for them. Let them come.
I think what I've
I'm
learned,
ready for them.
if I love a book
it is
and
a
I gave it
5
5
star, though. I
stars,
liked it.
Mina, if I love a book and I give it 5 stars, I don't go looking for reviews.
And even if I find them, let's say if you find them by accident,
if I find them by accident, I don't care.
No, I
Don't read them. Don't read them.
I don't
But
care.
even if I do end up seeing like the first line of, I hated it so much because they had the word mate 20 times. I don't care.
In my mind, I'm like, you are mad. You are mad.
Enjoy yourself with those 0 stars. It's okay.
You are mad.
I don't know what
to read a
to
0-star
read
book and finish it. You are mad.
I don't know what to read next. I think I feel like making a TikTok on this, like a mini review. And then I don't know. I might read home. I might read something else. But you guys will
are
see.
within.
Yeah, you're within. I've never read home, so I'd love to hear what it's about.
Bonified.
No, but also, Nonhly,
Yes.
how can you request this whole section just for you to say, you never asked me what I'm going to read, only to come back and be like, yeah, I will tell you later what I
meant
read.
Rating, she said rate. It's me
to rate.
what is reading, yes.
Oh. I'm
At
just like,
last, the horn.
Yeah,
the anticipation.
yeah. Okay, all right, let's go. Let's go. 70 minutes. Let's go so that you can pick a book and we can go and start. Okay, enjoy
Who's
yourselves.
that?
Friend is that?
Oh,
Doing what?
Who's that?
oh.
Doing
What
what?
It's
are we looking
our,
at?
it's
I
our
can't see the
the
name.
men of the Zulu nation who are
Klum.
ooh,
Oh, my
ooh.
man! That's
Your
my
man is
cowboy.
wearing a cowboy pant. He's looking
That's
all
a
proper.
man. I can
Your
see from a
man,
Yay,
distance.
yay, 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 yay.
I'm so confused.
Siyafunda la. Hey, yala. Siyafunda la.
Our timer is
bye
going. Our timer is
Yes,
I'm
going.
sending you
focus,
the link
focus.
for another
No,
note.
only 10
I'm
minutes.
sending you the
10
link.
extra. Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you,
Go
thank you.
look. Hey, hey, hey. Read and check
When
on
I
the
go,
kids.
she must go downstairs. That one. Hello.
We need to nap.
How did it go?
It went well. I'm over the
I'm
50th
done.
page mark.
Yay!
What?
I'm over the 50th page mark.
Making progress.
La, la. So what's
Naka.
Solomon
My
doing?
twins have also had a long day. One of them is napping. Look at the time.
Wait, who
Napping at
nap?
this time.
Who's napping?
One of the twins.
The
Oh.
twins, boy. He just came quietly and put his blanket right here by me. Oh,
How did Solomon go?
it went well. I like the aunt, even though they fascinated. They they treating her like, you know how everyone is like. I think the father, because the father has like shunned her, so now because they don't know her, they want to know her, and they're just looking at her like she's a, I don't know. I'm 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 looking at it in a way of like how Sula, was it Sula or is it Sula who's the bomb diggity?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
The girl she
She's
thinks
like
she
that.
is.
She's the girl
Yeah,
that she thinks is that one. Guys,
yeah. I think even this one, the auntie's like that. Um, and she lives with the daughter and the granddaughter, Reba. Yeah, so I've met a new characters, Reba and Hagar. Is it Hagar? Yes, Hagar. Is that how you say her name? Yeah, Hagar. And they sell wine. So I'm interested in like knowing how did she get to live there and make her own money through selling liquor? Because they look down upon her. That's why I guess the father has shunned her. But he secretly went in one scene. He secretly went to listen in on they singing at her house in the dark when no one could see. He does is still is interested in the sister and how she lives, even though he's cancelled her basically. Um, yeah,
Okay.
I like how Tony writes the men in here. There's one character that the aunt Pilot is her name. Pilot. Pilate. It's a man's name, but I like it for her. Um, she I think she was working at some house and she saved a man who she was working for, and I think the man had seen something outside in the woods or wherever, and he came into the house as if he had seen a ghost, and she just held him. But she worked for a man and a woman, but the woman wasn't there, and she could see that this man was troubled at whatever that he had seen outside, and she was like, "What do you need?" And she just held him, and she feels like she saved him somehow, and I'm like, I know there might be a reason why this man is being mentioned, but like men back then wouldn't be able to articulate if they needed help from a woman, and Pilot knew that she needed to hold him somehow and like hold space for him in a way. I actually want to understand that part because I was reading it out loud and I was like, wow, how did she know that this man needed to be held? You know, like that was weird. I wonder if in like further on will it make sense. But yeah, I like winemaking Pilot and her weird name.
Okay. Okay. I see. You still have Sula written down, Sissy. Are you still Sularing or are you onto something else? What are you
Oh
reading?
yeah, none too.
Me, I guys, I did not start reading anything yet. I've been busy with
She's
my
TikToking.
TikTok. Shot the review of
Yes,
Sula.
busy on TikTok, eh?
I love it. I love
Busy
We
it.
are
editing
busy.
it. So for me, it was more of a productive sprint. So yeah, I'm busy editing it. I wanna post it now. I wanna post it tonight.
Because you are feeling it. You are
Yeah, we're
the heat
in.
is getting worse.
Yeah, but I tried so much not to reveal more of what the book is about. I learned from the best, not to spoil the book for the people. Yes, but I am stating like things that stood out for me or that were interesting during reading this book, and yeah, it's just the experience. Yeah. So yeah, I'm busy. I'm trying to find the right song because the TikTok is like 5 minutes. And some songs they're like 2 minutes or a minute or 30 seconds.
That sucks. That always sucks. I don't
It
like
went
that.
Wait,
overboard.
how many minutes
Yeah.
can we do TikTok now? If you're
Up to
saying
I
it's
10
think we
5
minutes.
can
minutes.
do
And
Up to
Yeah,
10
nah.
minutes.
But
Yes,
there
so
was
I
it
did a
was
whole
long
review.
songs.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
but
the long
also
songs are there, but it's like
3 minutes.
those vlog style
Yeah.
songs. So it's
Sometimes
not
I'm
anything that's
specific on,
catchy,
yeah.
It's not
Because
I
I'm
think
catchy.
very
I think what
specific
they
in the
need
type of
to
songs I
do.
want for specific like things I post. I'm not finding, so I'm busy trying to look. Yeah. So yeah.
What they need to
Otherwise,
do is
yeah.
allow you to put multiple songs or even
Yes,
repeat a song
is the same song, yes.
to
And I don't
fill
know why they don't do
fill
that.
that gap.
Because I had the same problem yesterday, and I was
I
like,
can do that.
listen, there's no need. They don't know you can't, because I was also researching that you can't, you have to edit it
Mm,
outside of TikTok for you to be able to put multiple songs.
Oh,
And that is
yeah.
okay.
stupid. Doesn't make sense.
mm,
And these commercial songs, mainly, they only go up to a minute, a minute and a
A
half.
minute.
So it's
Yeah.
these
Yes.
vlog style, royalty free songs that are like 5 minutes, and some of them are just not anything you want on your video. It's
That's
not
so
like.
true.
You know what you
But
could
anyway,
do? Export your video, take
yeah,
it
you have to go
to
to a third party. That's the
take
only.
it to
Those are the only.
InShot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Hmm.
Take it to
Facebook
I
InShot
wish
and
is
then
I
use one
did
of the
YouTube.
not.
InShot songs.
Yeah, I wish I did not make
Basically
the video on TikTok because
on
I'm
TikTok.
30 years. I did not
Mm.
like
But
with
TikTok
my.
does allow
But
you to download.
to
It allows you
download,
to
yeah.
download your video, so you can
That's
edit
why I
it
said download.
without the music and then download it and
Mm.
then take it to InShot.
Take it to
And then
InShot and
post it
then
back.
put music, download again, put it back.
Hmm.
And
Type
if
and
TikTok
then
is not seeing how stupid what we are saying is, then it's their problem. Because if I was
yeah,
them, I would say, stay on my platform from beginning to end.
To end,
yeah,
yes. Now I must be going back and forth, back and forth.
yeah. For them to
Yeah.
extend the time, they must also get good music to fit with the long. Imagine if it
Give
was.
They
us the
must
full
just put.
song.
Yes, I was about to say it's
The
as
full
simple as
song.
giving us the whole song. Chle.
Yeah.
Stop
Yes.
telling us how much of the song we can. A
mm.
full song, all of it.
Mm.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah. So
Sorry,
yeah,
two
that was
seconds, guys.
Mm. Okay, I finished
Mm-hmm.
The Bluest Eye. I finished like the part that I read before the sprint started was the saddest part. And then when I finished it, it took me back to the foreword, which is also in the front. So I reread the foreword and it made more sense. And then I went
Mm-hmm.
back to the beginning to read those different that part where it talks about the house, the green and white house. And I feel like I understand what it is because obviously it surrounds the family, yeah, Piccole. But I feel like it's her like what is the word? Like she's rewriting the story of like those words for me, it's like her rewriting the reality of what's actually happening.
Mm-hmm.
Because the part where we talked about the mother, that's where we got the history of the mother. The part where we talked about the
Mm-hmm.
father, we got the history of the father. The
Mm-hmm.
time where we spoke about the cat, it was that incident she had with that stupid boy. And then the dog, that pedophile of a man. Like it followed all of that. But obviously they didn't live in a green and white house with the red door.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like some of it she was like restructuring her memory of what her life was or what her experiences was. But I feel like those were part of the main life altering moments in her life or in the family's life.
I think it
So,
also
yeah.
spoke to like a kind of identity, right? How you formulate what you want to show up as, like the greens and the whites and the blues and the whatevers, right? And how some of it is out of your control, like the dogs and the what's and the what's, you know. So I think it is both literal and metaphoric, and it is one of those that obviously, because it's written from a child's perspective, you have to take that as well into consideration.
Yeah.
But Aisha, I did enjoy this one, but I don't think I enjoyed it as much as the other two, but I did enjoy it as well. It's just that I think, like you're saying, even with this one, as I'm reading it, I know that it needs to be a reread because I'm getting lost in so much. So much is happening. And I'm like, Manje, I think twice actually in the last hour, I was like, what am I reading?
What?
If I was to be asked right now, what's going on? I even went and I was like, okay. Let me not be stubborn. Where is the synopsis? And I'm like, I don't know what you are saying, but okay.
Like this,
I'm like,
this
did
book
we
also,
experience the same book? Are we talking about the book I'm holding? I'm like, aye.
because this one also was like it was like that, especially like in the beginning of chapters. I was blank every time a new chapter started, but I just went with it. I was like, you know what, it will make sense when it makes sense.
Just listen to this. Listen to this thing. It's one paragraph, the synopsis. Listen to this. It says,
Yes.
I always don't know how to say her name. Seth or something like that. Proud and beautiful, she escapes from slavery, but is haunted by its heritage. Fine, I agree she escapes from slavery. I don't know if it's slavery's heritage that is haunting her. I really don't think so. But okay. She must deal with this haunted life on every level, from the fires of the flesh to the heartbreaking challenges to the spirit. Okay, I can give that sentence room. Ne? She set in rural Ohio. First and foremost, I did not know this was rural. I knew it was Ohio. I did not know it was rural Ohio. Several years after the Civil War, this also I was not. I knew there was a war, but it was not clear which war it was. This profoundly affecting chronicle of slavery and its aftermath is Toni Morrison's greatest novel. Fair enough, like what she does with her sentence structure here, I can believe that. Yes, a dazzling achievement and the most spellbinding reading experience of the decade. What has this thing told you guys?
Which is a good right.
Show me that.
You know that some of the things,
and I kept looking for the synopsis. Good, show me. Maybe
this is not the one.
There's nothing there. Even this one,
But
it only has
the
train.
thing that you're mentioning though, ne? Of not knowing that it's wartime. I feel like it's one of the things where, as a reader, maybe you're meant to do the research. She gives you the year in which something happens, but because I don't know the history, I don't know the history of the US. Even this was happening right before World War II. And because of that, the land was kind of like barren during that time.
It does give you context. I hear what you're saying, but I'm not that reader. If you're not giving me everything I need to know in the book, forget me. I'm not Googling. I'm not researching.
So that was
if I wanted
me.
to know
I read past it.
I would have gone somewhere else.
So I read past it, and only in the foreword did I realize, oh, this was right before World War II. The reason that those seeds did not bloom was because the land was barren during that time, and those poor little
probably why the blue eye is such a big situation as well. But
so it's like I don't have that context,
give me
background.
Give me that somewhere in the story. I'm not gonna go and look for it. I'm not. If I wanted to read about Hitler, I can get like a history book. Hitler. Now I'm here for Piccola.
History book.
But yeah, I went and started Law Olympus. I'd say I'm like 25% in. It has no page numbers.
Okay.
So I'm gonna make the assumption that 25%, but it's actually quite nice. It's following it's following all these deities like Hades. So this is a Hades and Persephone
That's nice.
retelling, but
That's nice.
I can't say that I've read anything about them, but I just know that
But you
they
know
were
of, yeah, same.
yes. But I like how the author has made them into kind of like real people. You expect Hades to be like evil and all that because he's the god of the underworld, but he's actually kind. And like he
Okay, interesting.
blushes the first time he sees
Hebo, a whole blast from
separately.
the devil.
Oh,
A
blush from
whole
the
blast from the devil himself. Yeah.
so it's like it's kind of nice. And like I mean in the first page he gets dumped by someone and then ends up going to this party thrown by his brother, and he really doesn't want to go because everybody's partnered up and he doesn't have a partner, so he's like, I'm just staying here for one drink, then I'm going. So it's like they're gods, but he doesn't read like gods. So yeah, it's quite nice. So this is what I'm keeping myself busy with. But Deona, it worried me because the author gave some content warning, which include physical and mental abuse, sexual trauma, and toxic relationships. And I was just like,
I'm tired. I'm sure you're like,
something.
yo, I'm tired. I'm
I
tired.
don't want
Just want
problems.
something
All
easy. I
the
don't want
trigger
problems.
warnings.
I'm
Yeah,
like, I
no.
don't want. Mm-mm.
No, it's too much. Ati Ulasejo, the bluest eyes raked me as well when I read it
That's
as
different. That's felt
charity.
too, hey?
Mm.
Yeah.
Crying.
Yeah, no, that one was rough.
Hi
Hi,
Emery.
Memory.
Emery. Oh,
Pets
happy
greeting
birthday.
Emery. Hope you're enjoying your birthday. Oh, birthday month. Oh wow. Happy
Happy
birthday,
birthday to
man.
you.
Loads of and getting loads of books. I hope so. I also hope
Memory
so.
to Virgo.
Oh
Virgo
Leo.
season.
Leo
Leo. Or
yeah.
Virgo. Oh,
Is Virgo not in September? It's Leo season. Because my mom's birthday is coming up. She was a Leo.
Leo.
Yeah.
She was a
Emery says,
queen. A lion.
Pet, yes, for sure. Today is pretty wild. There is a large wildfire in the next town over. Hey, bo, and
Oh
everything here
no.
is ashy and extremely smoky. Hey, bo, MRA. I feel like
Oh.
your life is always nje, eventful.
There's
Nje.
something. MRA.
Yay.
When I started
Laura.
reading about it's pretty wild. There's a huge like at first I was like, wait, bonfire? Like do you have new
Wildfire
neighbors that are just and then I'm
that
like
are doing
rereading,
the
I'm like,
A
same thing as last
wildfire.
year's neighbors. I'm gay. Get it. Hi, Laura. Thank
hi
you for
Laura.
joining. Pat says,
Hello.
take care, both of you. Marie, keep safe
Mm,
and
Yeah.
well. Blessings. Thank you, Pat.
definitely.
Yes, it is Leo
Appreciate you
season.
guys.
Yeah, baby.
Yay! She's a Leo
Leo.
baby. Yay. Um, Otherwise, our next sprints are going to be the last sprints of the week, and they will be over on Miss Sula's channel, aka Bookish Nonhly, and
Mhm.
that will start at 7 o'clock. It is now 1 minute past 6. We did start a little bit
Yeah.
late, so we are going to wrap this up so that you guys get a chance to like have a break. Like these are 1 hour breaks; they just go by so quickly.
Don't take
Um,
me.
Yeah.
so Pat says she moved from last year's neighbors. Yes, after the bonfire and the wild night, they she did move.
Mm,
So yeah, please stay safe, Marie, and let's
yeah.
finish off the read along. 2 people have finished their books, so I'm very happy about that. I don't know. I think I need a
Yay.
break just to stretch and hopefully, because I think I'm halfway through the book, so hopefully I get to finish
The
the
next.
next sprint.
Mm.
Yes. It's a pleasure, Pat. Until next time, well, in an hour's time on Nonhly's channel. See you guys just now. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.